The next one. Roger. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You make sure. Shoot him. Shoot him. Shoot. that, just like that.
Microphone check. Comment section. Testing sound. Sound check. Cable check. Sound check.
Shoot.
Mic check. Ishmael check. IBR check.
Shoot.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to my channel, Pub and Grill. Right in the heart of the city of Nairobi, we are in the town called Kilimani, which is the town that hosts one of the most renowned pool avenues, not just in the town, not just in the city, not just in the country, but also on the entire African continent. Mchana Pub and Grill has been the host of dozens of matches since the start of this tour, which is about 6 weeks now old. Today it is the host for the third time, but fourth overall between the two. The match between Ishmael MTHETHWA of South Africa, he's donning black top with dark green jeans. He's taking on Ibrahim SEJJEMBA of Uganda, who is donning the black, yellow, and red of Uganda with grey sweater pants at the bottom. I want to beg your pardon, dear viewers. The race is 21 and the pot is not $2,000, it is $4,000. I can only edit the pot after live streaming is done. Otherwise, the pot is not $2,000, it is $4,000. I did a typing error because I was typing fast when the match was getting done, when we were missing some seconds of the first frame. So once again, dear viewers, the pot that IBR and Ishmael are racing for is $4,000, not 2,000. And the race is 21 here at Mchana Pub and Grill. This commentary is being shared on two platforms, that is Break and Fetch Live Facebook and Peter Cherry Live YouTube, with both streams sharing the same exact commentary. They have faced off against each other 3 times. The first one was at Jamlock Sports Bar in Machakos, same country, about exactly 1 month ago. They were racing to 21 for $2,000, and that match was won by Ishmael by 21 frames to 14. It was quite to 11. I meant to beg your pardon. It was 21-11. The second match was played between the two players just the following day at the same venue. It was one. Once again, the third race between the two was played here between the same two players for $2,000. It was won by Ishmael. Therefore, in terms of count of victories, it is Ishmael that is having the lead. He's the guy in profit. He has won 2 of the 3 races that they have played so far. This one is expected to be the last, and the two players have decided to increase, perhaps double the pot that they have been playing for. It is now raised to 21, but for $4,000 as a total pot. The expectation, by the way, is to have another match tonight between Abdullah Hussein and Caesar Chandiga at the same venue right after the end of this one. But first, we are seeing Ibra making a clearance, which is likely to be the 4th out of 4. In the next 30 seconds, it is going to be the Ugandan leading by 4 frames to nil, as he wants to put both yellow and black to the same corner pocket, bottom right. It is bottom left, sorry. The pot of the black with the full body stretch will be a formality. Ibrahim SEJJEMBA 4, Ishmael MTHETHWA 0. Now, more departures. I doubt there will be any more arrival. Actually, personally, I expect to leave Nairobi maybe in the next 2 days. My stay here is dependent on availability of action, because I came here to present to you these games. I came here to do exactly what I'm doing now. I've been in this country now in my 32nd day, although I set to be here for not more than 1 week. And I have streamed dozens of matches, maybe just about 50 or so, if you are to factor in a tournament that was won by Ian, the 64-man comp that was played exactly 7 days ago, which also had a team event that had group stages, the preliminaries, and as well as a knockout stage. The team event was won by the Mchana Knights. It led to the biggest celebration that I have seen in this competition so far, with respect to the big celebrations that have been made by Ishmael every time he has been winning a match. Now, these two are two of the players that have been enjoying some profits, however small, however big. Ishmael has played 5 matches against Dola, and they've had the biggest spots of them all. And he's won 2, has lost 3, some kind of deficit. He has so far played 3 matches against Ibra. He has won 2 and has lost 1. In that one, he's in profit. He has played 4 matches against Ian, winning 2 and losing 2. Fair square. He has played 3 matches against Dog City, winning 1 and losing 2. He has played against a few Tanzanian players besides Dula, and all matches in that regard have ended in victory. And Ibra has been one of the silent killers alongside Steven Jackson, those that have been gathering up wins, but a little silently. He's played, I think, 6 money matches, losing 2 and winning 4. The two that he has lost were both against Ishmael. The two of the three, the two played against each other. He's won 4, including one against Ishmael, and then 2 matches against 2 Kenyan players. That is Kevin Yegon and Patrick Mwangi. He also played and won against Tanzania's Jackson. Other players involved, maybe the guy in terms of money matches that has gotten the biggest profit to take home about is South Africa's Jeremiah Naido. He's leaving the country tonight. His flight is, I think, with Airlink from Nairobi to Johannesburg. He's played 3 money matches, winning them all. One of them a 3,000 pot. The main reason he came against Eshka on this very table, he won. Then he won another 3,000 pot against Kelvin on this very table, victory. Then the last one of them all, the biggest of them all ever since the advent into Kenya, that yesterday night $5,000 pot match against himself and the Ugandan Caesar. So Jerry leaves only having tasted defeat against the Ugandan star Jackson Asiko, who defeated him in the second round of the singles competition. That was exactly 7 days ago today. It was Easter Sunday. He as well came second as part of the team that won silver and of course money in the team event that was won by the Mchana Knights. They beat Jerry's Big Kills in the final. Other participants, Joseph Kasozi, the Ugandan, he has played 3 money matches. He has played 5, losing 3 against Ishmael and another against Ishmael. He also lost against Jackson Steven, but he has won 2 matches against 2 Tanzanian players. That is Saif Hamad 2 days ago. He also defeated Innocent Sami last night. And all of his matches have been $2,000 pots. Saif Hamad himself has been one of those more active players, if I'm not mistaken. He has played 5 money matches, winning 2 against Hazard. And one player I'm forgetting from Kenya, and he has lost 3. Jackson Steven has played 4 money matches, losing once and winning thrice. He's been some kind of silent killer. As for the Kenyan players, their performance against players from other countries has been a little bit wanting. The improvement is there, but just that one big result, victory for Henry Mwangi against Rashid Wagaba. The other player, Kelvin, has been on the losing streak for most of the tour, playing 4 money matches, losing 3 against players like Jerry, like Dog City, and he has won once against Dog City 2 days ago in a rematch. This one is for redemption. I just have a feeling it could be very easily the very last time that the two are facing off against each other. In fact, IBR has been chatting on leaving Nairobi as early as tomorrow. His performances have been fairly good, winning 4 times, losing twice in many matches. He also won 1 out of 2 of the weekly comps in which he was a participant. One comp at Jamlock, the other comp that was played 2 days ago, in which he was a participant, and it was won by the Ugandan Ian. Now, after that miss during this ongoing frame by IBR, it gives chance to Ishmael to take a frame for the very first time since the start of action. And yes, he did have a little chat with me, Ishmael, before the match started. This is one of those matches where there is no room for defeat. He said the least he can do is win. So this one will be either they win or they lose. For him, there is no other way. Of course, after that defeat against Dola, I think 2 days ago, if he loses this one as well, Ishmael, he will be having his balance sheet in deficits if he doesn't win this one. So I don't expect any more arrival, unless otherwise the next international engagement shall be another international comp that will be organized at Zariba's pub in Johannesburg, where both of these players will be expected to participate. And it's one of the reasons that's why Ibra will have to travel back to his country early enough, because it's some kind of long process for individuals from Uganda applying for South Africa visa. And the comp is just 3 weeks away. Now 2 shots away is Ishmael from playing black to try and win a first frame in the match. The position of the red, which is frozen at the cushion on the right, will be some kind of reason for him to worry. Plays the cue ball as close can be to that red, creating some kind of cut. The black can pass into the corner pocket top left if he does, and as well plays the cue ball safe enough. He'll be winning a first frame in 4. There he does. Ishmael 1 and Ibra 4. Our time life, you say it's visa free for Ugandans to go to South Africa. Yes, that is what is said on social media. But when you visit their visa office, you have to part with $150 plus about maybe 12 documents that you must submit, and all of them must be in sync. You are watching a money match between 2 of the best players from their respective countries, also 2 of the most renowned black ball playing countries on the African continent, all the way from South Africa. Ishmael MTHETHWA, the guy that is about to break the 6th frame, taking on Ibrahim SEJJEMBA. They have a scoreboard top of the screen. Scores for Ishmael are on the left in red. Scores for Ibrahim are on the right in blue. The scores are 4 frames to 1. It is the home guy, Ishmael, winning. Of course, he's the home player. He's as well now a member of the Mchana family. In fact, he played with the Mchana Knights, the team that won the singles event 1 week ago on Easter Monday. And boy, did he celebrate. Boy, did they celebrate. It was a very fun evening. Our umpire is Elon Kiprono. He's a player with the Mchana Morons team. Also one of the staff of the Mchana pool fraternity. There has been a miss by Ishmael, another chance by Ibra. He will want Ibra to utilize this early stage of this match when Ishmael starts off a little rusty. Kasala Dennis Babu asking how Kasozi performed yesterday from the YouTube stream. Kasozi played against Innocent Sami and won, I think, by 21 frames to 17 or something like that. But it was the second match he's winning out of 5. Okay, there is one Ugandan player that did arrive yesterday, Paul Kalema. But it seems he will be very passive. He's not going to be playing against anybody, he will be a little passive. Yes, sir. Yes, Mike. Dear viewers, you are watching a professional money bout. Black ball rules here at Mchana Pub and Grill in Nairobi, in Kenya. For the umpteenth time, Ishmael MTHETHWA, the star of the show, I still call him the guy that is in one kind of reason, the big inspiration behind having this tour in the first place. Is taking on Ibrahim SEJJEMBA of Uganda. The two players have faced off thrice before in this comp already. This one will be the fourth time. Of the 3 times they faced off, Ishmael has won twice and Ibra once. This one quite too deterministic. The pot of the day is 4,000 US dollars. That is how much money is in my pockets now. From the YouTube stream, Fabi Maps, concentrate on the men's game, leave the ladies alone. And also thank you, Malone Bids. You're also having your focus on the ladies game. That they're just playing tokens. Maybe you are interested in not watching the action. Maybe you're being a little too selfish. Mubzmush, thank you for watching. And Majola MTHETHWA, thank you for watching from the Facebook stream. Mubzmush, as well as Ibra, could be winning a 5th here out of 6 as he starts off as the more bright player. I want to think he will want to put both yellow and black to the same corner pocket, bottom right of the screen, with keyboard being rolled into the yellow, bouncing off the right cushion, but with the left spin on it to move both round, the red close to the black and the black itself, just like that. Good shooting, power balance, cue ball control, and the rest is a formality. And now with 6 frames paid in a rested 21 for $4,000, Ibrahim SEJJEMBA leads by 5 frames to 1 against Ishmael. If he wins, it will be a third straight victory he'll be having in a money match after winning the last time he played out against the Tanzanian, who was Jackson. He also won against the Zambian, that was Kelvin Fikoti, and could win against Ishmael. And if he did, it will perhaps be a very nice bus ride home. Maybe he would qualify for a flight as well because of the win. Not so. 5 frames to 1, Ibra up against Ishmael. From wherever you're watching, dear viewers, it is an organized money match. Racing to 21 for 4,000 US dollars between Ibrahim SEJJEMBA, the Ugandan killer, as he's nicknamed, taking on Ishmael MTHETHWA, the South African diehard. The guy that is the reason as why this has been made possible, the guy that has inspired an influx of fellow top shooters from Malawi, from Tanzania, from Uganda, of course Kenyans themselves, also others from South Africa, from Zimbabwe, from Zambia, all to be here for 1 month in what has been one of the craziest shows of African pool, maybe in history, with no official competitions, but just players flying and using the road into Nairobi simply to take on each other with a lot of money at stake. Money has really exchanged hands. Of course, some will live broke. That is the nature of the game. Some are already living as rich guys. So far, most especially Jerry, who is leaving Kenya tonight after winning 3 matches, 2 of them 3K pots, 1 of them a 5K pot. Of course, he will leave a very happy guy, very satisfied with his performances. Ishmael mixed performances, but of course, he's in profit as well. Ibra, another of the silent winners, in profit. Steven Jackson in profit as well, as much as Dog City. Other players, not so much. The other player in profit has been Abdallah Hussein of Tanzania. unforgiven Ginte did leave the country after playing 2 matches, winning one and losing the other, both for 3,000 as a matter of pot. The 2 youngsters, Jackson Asiku and Herbert Mukisa, are already home, together with the first youngster to step foot on Kenyan soil, Yahya, who left about now 2 weeks plus ago. As for Herbert, he left 5 days ago. Then Asiku left 3 days ago. Expectation of another departure. Jerry to step foot out of Kenyan soil. He'll be at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport maybe in the next 90 minutes or so to check in for his departure. And maybe if nothing changes, unless he gets into more mode to play, Ibra will be expected to step foot out of Kenyan soil tomorrow. Now he has the chance of winning another frame as long as he has full sight of the red that is distant from the yellow, the one portable to the corner pocket top right. Here comes the little magician. I'm not so certain he has full sight of the red. He has to have full sight of it. And as he plays it, it has to be with the top spin, but also in left motion of the cue ball, such that as it is played to bounce off the top cushion, it moves leftwards so that he can put the last red, the one near the cue ball, to the center pocket on the right. Here comes Ibra. The idea is top left spin, which he plays, cue ball off the cushion, moves leftwards off to cushion, but he gets himself snookered. Big advantage, Ishmael. Of course, the skill was right, the shot was right, but it needed a little more spin to play it a little further leftwards, just not to get himself snookered. He may want to find the red off the jaw, finds the red. Well, yeah, there we go. It is the best spot of the match so far. Whether it came in with a little stroke of luck, whether it was all genius on the eye, it counts as a very good shot. He can only make it count if he as well puts the black, bearing in mind that if he doesn't put, most likely Ishmael will, because he has 2 yellows positioned very well. He will be aiming for the black, hopefully to put the corner pocket top right, and misses. The frame will be clearly won by Ishmael with 2 yellows. Potting 1 is almost certainty of potting the black, and the rest is a formality. Ishmael 3 and Ibra 5. South Africa's Ishmael did start off as a much slower player in a match where he said to me direct that it is this game where the least I can do is win. He said there is no avenue for defeat. Most especially because he knows it could be the last time he could be taking on Ibra. Also, he knows that some members of Ibra's camp are a little too talkative. He as well knows that the pot is too big. With him as well having it in mind that the last time out he had a money match for a pot that is near to the one they are playing for. He played and lost against Douala. He could be winning a 4th frame here out of 9, sorry. He's playing quite well now, having lost 4 of the first 5 frames. He will be winning 3 of the next 4, and he will be making it 4 out of 9. The pot of the black will give Ishmael his 4th. To make it likely he could take the frame, he could take the result, he could take the match. After 9 frames played, dear viewers, Ishmael MTHETHWA 4, Ibrahim SEJJEMBA 5. Once again, our umpire is Elon Kiprono. It is a pot of $4,000. That is what we are competing for here. There have been just a few matches that have been played for this pot. One of the matches between Ishmael and Douala. I think the second one that was played between the two. I think that has been it. Of course, besides the bigger one, the one between Caesar and Jerry that had 5,000 for a pot. The second other big spot is this very much. Normally, that's what happens when players now think that they have nothing to lose, either to redeem their trip and save it, or consider it a loss in just one game. They just decide to put all their eggs in one basket and take a risk with a big money pot. That's how Ibra lead by 5 frames to 1. Since then, he could be conceding an equalizer to Ishmael, with 2 reds touching each other near the top right end of the table, pot table. If one is played into another cue ball, maybe by backspin, because they are not portable, he plays a normal roll, leaving Ibra with a relatively hard task of putting either of the 7 yellows on the table. 6 of them they are, sorry, but he has full sight of just one. He may scratch here. He survives. When the keyboard was moving, it looked as though it was going into that corner pocket bottom right. As for Ishmael, another chance to play yet another ball, a red to play it, either pot it or pack it just at the corner pocket top left, which he does. Now he has just one relatively bad ball, the red that is close to the table at the cushion at the top of the stream. If you're watching from Channel Pool Club, it is the cushion at the left.
Sure.
It is being played now in what they call touch in Zambia, and both of the players are really good at that. And I have to confess that while Ishmael is a very good technical player, however, for the matches where he has opted to play this kind of game, he's not won them, and that included the two defeats he had. The first ones against Dula. When he realized Dula was out shooting him, he went for touch. He went for the technical game, but he didn't win. He, however, won the next two, which were all played with him going all out attack. You are watching Ibrahim SEJJEMBA of Uganda, donning black and yellow, a little shade of red, the colors of Uganda, taking on Ishmael MTHETHWA, donning black and dark green, racing to 21 right here at Mchana Pabanguil for the consequence of loss or gain of 4,000 US dollars. And frame number 10 will be the slowest of them all. After it, the two players may opt to have timeout if they want. And after this match, there is expectation of Abdallah Hussein of Tanzania to take on Uganda's Caesar Chandiga. Same venue, same table, just right after this. Maybe the chances now. Pass for Ishmael to take the frame away. Look at the red close to yellow. It is portable. A red grab to the corner pocket top right of another red, which is what happens with now three reds on the table. The wiring ball of the four that Ishmael has to pot to make victory is perhaps the black, not because it is positioned bad, but because it is so close to one of Ibra's yellows. Maybe the red that is at the corner pocket top right, because it as well has a yellow blocking its movement depending on where the cable is. That is perhaps the reason why Ishmael will want to play it now, because if it's a will be bad ball, if you can put it, why play it later? He's opting to put the distant red from the cue ball first. It would more likely be potted off Ibra's yellow than try and pot direct. He plays direct, but still pots with the same exact effect. He needs to pot the last red on the table, which he will do, but he needs to have full sight of the black. He wants to pot it to the corner pocket, bottom right. As he pots with the right spin on the cue ball, it bounces off the cushion and moves rightwards, with the South African Zim having full sight of the black. He takes a deep breath as he tries to make one big pot, which could perhaps be his equalizing frame. After 10 frames, Ishmael makes it 5, with Ibra on 5 in a race to 21. From the Break and Fish live stream, you can probably see the arena being organized and enlarged for a bigger influx of fans that are coming, some from their families, some from church, some having lunch, some from work, ahead of the latter stages of this match and the whole of the next that shall be played between the best two players from their respective countries. That is Dula from Tanzania and Caesar from Uganda. That one is for redemption for Caesar, but for a chance to extend the winning streak for Dula. They'll be racing to 21 right after the ongoing match. Same venue, same table. And Ibra's management did hint that while they plan to leave tomorrow, should they win today, and in that case, should Ishmael want to rematch, then they will have to demand for a change of venue, and they say they will be opting for Jamlock in Machakos. Some venue where the first two matches between the two were played, with each one winning one and losing the other, both for $2,000. Today, the pot is double. The consequence of victory or defeat are double. The pressure is more, and there's a likelihood it could be a determinant. Of course, Ibra, in terms of scores, can only equalize. And you speak about number of money matches won or lost against Ishmael, but if he wins, he will know he will have equalized in terms of scores, but he will be in profit in terms of monies against Ishmael. Maybe it is one of the reasons why Ishmael said that the least he could get tonight is victory. SEJJEMBA is happening. He's asking, yes, you are right. IBR versus the black to take the lead after 11 frames. It is in. It was always going in from the time that he took the shot. After 11 frames of play, dear viewers, IBR leads again by 6 frames to 5.
From today's second number is you.
Ishmael wants to be very critical of the rock by umpire Kiprono. He wants no space in between the balls. Of course, this is the idea. The more compact the balls are, with no space between any ball, the more likely they disperse when they are hit. And the more they disperse, the more likely at least one ball or two or three will be sunk. And now it's starting to be a mind game here because IBR has come in as well, as though speaking to the umpire to rack the black into the black spot. This one I can tell you there is nothing serious happening. It is just mind games between the players. Maybe Ishmael did it as a mind game and IBR realized that, then responded to mind games with mind games of his own. The frame will be racked and be broken anyways. Ishmael breaking his, however, breaking dry.
But make sure.
Race to 21, 6 frames to 5. Some kind of chance. Call it a half chance for IBR to win a frame by reverse dish. From his body language, maybe he's going for the yellows.
Yeah.
As IBR plays the yellow, as he puts it, as he closes the table. With the first money match out of 2 of the day. With IBR continuing in attacking mode, with him having 5 yellows on the table, all of them pretty portable. The black is in space. He will have himself to blame, shouldn't he finish this frame. Just 11 frames played, a few uppers from both of the players in a tour that has been a real success. Just in my opinion, African pool has been very vibrant on the internet. Some of the players that have been having less respect are now very respected and renowned by the fans. A few that have made a name for themselves in this tour. Abdallah Hussein. Of course, Ishmael way more respected than he was prior to this comp. And then Steven Jackson, the Tanzanian, has played 4 money matches and has won 3. Then a few Kenyan players that have made a name for themselves, now respected more than they were before. Jackson Kariuki, the most valuable players in terms of number of frames won in the team event, as well as percentage of wins in comparison to other players at 74%. Patrick Mwangi of Kenya has played 3 money matches, losing them all, but losing all in a very respectable way against more top players, but with relatively narrow margins, most especially when they were 17-17 at one time between himself and Dog City. Of course, that first victory for Dog City against Kelvin was a very renowned victory. Everybody knew what Jerry will do. He's not surprised many, but yes, he goes back home as the biggest beneficiary of the tour so far. 3 money matches played, 100% winning streak, and more than $5,000 in profit. And the Ugandan is on 3 yellows. He's denied himself. Good cue ball here. Maybe the yellow that is in between the 3, portable to the corner pocket top right. Maybe the yellow that is topwards of them all, portable to the corner pocket top left. Whichever ball he goes for, he must be on target and must maintain the cue ball even better. He's going for the corner pocket top. He's playing on target, the cue ball off one cushion, but snookered. Yet again, he finds himself in trouble after having an open chance of winning the frame by reverse dish. He has some sight of one of the yellows, the one that is close to the red near the cue ball. To the side pocket right, I don't think it is possible. To the corner pocket bottom right, there is a chance. He's going for the corner pocket bottom right. He may have to bounce the cue ball off 2 or 3 cushions at the top of the table, then it move it all the way bottomwards. That is only effective if he gets the yellow on target, which if he does will be one of the more renowned shots of this match, at least so far. Ibra versus the last yellow on the table. The aim is the corner pocket bottom right. He looks on target, cue ball into the red. He puts the red instead, misses out on the yellow, and effectively fouls. And not only effectively fouling, he's effectively losing the frame. He's effectively losing the lead. As for a free shot, you get a feeling Ishmael will want to put Ibra's yellow. It is some kind of insurance that even if I don't finish the frame, there's no obvious realistic chance that I will be losing it to my opponent. To put the yellow, play the cue ball close to the 2 reds, close to each other, to play one red into another by connection, and the cue ball being drawn backwards, which is all okay. Frame looks very, very finishable. He may just the red that is close to the black for a reason to worry, and rightly so. He will play it now after putting one more red. The one near the center pocket left after putting it. Cue ball is natural to put the one that is near the black to the corner pocket top right. It's the shot he should play. He decides to make up his mind now, doing like he's listening to the commentator. It looks like an easy pattern. I don't know why Ishmael is taking all this time. One red to the side pocket left, then red to the corner pocket top left, then another. He will opt to play the one near the black. Not now, but it will be depending on how good the cue ball will be. Hopefully he doesn't get himself in trouble in the process. Can't put one red to the corner pocket top right to bounce the cue ball off the cushion just a little, such that the one near black is portable to the center pocket left. I think he's okay. The cue ball may have lacked some movement, but it will suffice. By having a little cut of the red, he's looking at to the same center pocket, to the center pocket left. The cue ball will be natural for the other red to the same pocket. Plays the cue ball into the yellow to have full sight of the red, to put it with ease, to give him a chance to win the frame, to have an equalizer for what will be the second time in the match. He will go for precision, maybe little power. He may play the cue ball into the black, which he does. Black is played further upwards, close to the cushion. He needs to make it big, have a sharp right cut on the black, try to put it to the corner pocket top left, and try to record an equalizer. Here he comes. The cue ball could put it to the corner pocket where he's having his body. Look at the cue ball, which is safe, but not. The commentator's curse hits Ishmael. The frame is won by Ibra. It is 7 frames to 5 after 12 frames of play. We're having a 2-minute timeout asked by Ibra for the very first time in the match. Once again, racing to 21 for $4,000. The Ugandan Ibrahim SEJJEMBA leads against South Africa's Ishmael MTHETHWA by 7 frames to 5.
Shortly, bro. Shortly, bro. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Bro, make sure, make sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Seems off. Seems off. Or I could have a little battery. Yeah.
It is 7 frames to 5 dear viewers from wherever you are watching a big money bout between Ishmael MTHETHWA, Zimbabwean born representing South Africa, against Ibrahim SEJJEMBA all the way from Kampala in Uganda, with the two racing to 21 for the consequence of 4,000 US dollars. Another frame has been won by Ibra. He's not been trailing at any point in the match. He led by 4 frames to nil at one time, and then 5-1. Ishmael won 4 frames in a row to make it 5-all. Since then, Ibra has won 3 frames in quick succession. The score is now 8 frames to 5. The Ugandan is in the lead. Now this is the 14th. It says Ishmael breaking and making a ball and having a relatively good split of the balls. I think most especially the yellows. Not that the reds are not finishable, of course they are as well. It's just the yellows are just better positioned for the reason that two reds are a little tricky. The ones that are having black in the midst of them, close to the corner pocket, bottom left. He will, of course, be going for the yellows, Ishmael. He's not had his mind made on which ball to use to close the table, which one next. What he will need is a pattern that will win him frame number 14 and to win it now. Taking on the Ugandan, that has been a silent killer. When Ibra lost 2 matches against Ishmael, both for a pot of 2,000 US dollars each, he was very wise, playing against other guys and recovering all of his money and with some profit in there. Now he's using the profit to restake on Ishmael in what they call holo, the South Africans, that is staking it all. With him, Ibra having lost 2 matches, each for a pot of 2,000 US dollars. Now he's taking holo, 4,000 US dollars for just one bout. That is a race to 21. That has not yet reached even the middle of the journey. As Ishmael could be scratching, he gets a little too lucky. He drew the cue ball backwards. Maybe his aim was to play the cue ball into the red to have a clear opening for the black, which did not come to pass. He finds himself in some kind of trouble here, most especially for the yellows. 4 of them, they are all portable. The black, not so much. Perhaps in a direct shot that black could only go into the center pocket right. Saying it and playing the cue ball to that kind of range are 2 things completely different. As the South Africans imports, as he gets closer to the victory, the star of Kenya. He's have a chance to reclaim his money, and that chance has to come right away. So there had to be reinforcement in the Ugandan team, inviting Ian, who has as well given Ishmael 4 money matches. There was well inspiration as Ishmael puts it right. The inspiration to have another Ugandan come from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, where he was having a tour. That is Joseph Kasozi, who was followed up by members of the Q Masters team. 5 of them they are Abdallah Hussein, Innocent Sami, Stephen Jackson, Saif Hamad, together with their manager Obali. And of them all, Dula did promise to have 5 matches at least against Ishmael. And all of them have been played with Dula having won 3 and Ishmael 2. And once he has been winning Dula at the big money pots, he has been the shoe in the stone of Ishmael in the tour. Ibra will be another shoe if he wins the big money bout, despite by current scorelines. Ishmael having Ishmael having won 2 of the last 3 that they faced against each other so far.
What it, just like that.
He's going for a regaining of a 4-frame lead. He's quite slow at his thing. He never ever plays to get you entertained. He's a business guy. He plays for the money. If he needs to play a big shot that needs big skill, Big power, big calculation. He has all the skill in his hands to do so. What normally bails him out almost all of the time is a very good pattern of play, which is one of the very best for any player on the continent. He's putting the would-be bad or the 3 reds on the table, which is as well an easily portable ball. With him now having 2 reds to put at the corner pocket top right of the screen. Clearly, he will be potting. He will have to avoid contact between white and any of Ishmael's yellows, which he does. And as he will be aiming to put the last red at the corner pocket top left, his intention is to play the cue ball all the way rightwards, so that to find ease to put black to the corner pocket bottom left of the screen. This is the shot, cue ball all the way leftwards, and a straight line between white and black and corner pocket bottom left. Of course, from this kind of range, the Ugandan killer will never ever miss. He went 4 frames up. He lost the 4-frame lead. He's won 4 frames in a row. Now he has his 4-frame lead back. After 14 frames of play, Ibrahim SEJJEMBA leads by 9 frames to 5, racing to 21 for $4,000 US. Umpire Elon Kiprono doing his thing, cleaning the table. Not that it's just having some powder on it. Ibra uses powder to smoothen up his hands. Ishmael doesn't like powder. By the way, he has eyesight problems. That's why at some venues which are all glass venues where there is sunlight, he just cannot play during the day. That one I can tell you for the fact, because of the reflection between the light of the table and the powder, which you may not have enough sight of when you are watching on the screen. For him, he says it does affect his sight. Maybe it does affect his play as well. Nonetheless, he's down by 4 frames. Ibra 9, Ishmael 5. We have the break of frame number 15, dear viewers. The frame was broken by Ibra getting to make a ball, getting the break fair, getting to nominate to play the reds, and getting to put one of them. The Ugandan is playing the reds. A mission have a 5-frame lead for the first time in the match by winning the ongoing frame. He won a match 3 days ago against Kelvin. He won a match 3 weeks ago against Ishmael, but in between the victory against Ishmael were 2 defeats against the same player. That's what makes this match quite crucial for him, most especially with the consideration that he may want to exit Kenya after this. That's understandable, by the way. Of course, some of these players become homesick. Besides that, Ibra and Ian and Dog City running through a nick of time, having to apply for a South Africa visa for the Zaribas competition that is happening in Johannesburg this coming month of May. There is almost a 2-week gestation period when visa is applied for, and gaining those documents to apply for South Africa visa is not all that easy, and there is $150 to pay for that. So guys watching from South Africa, for some of us, coming to your country is not a formality. The idea for Ishmael was not only to put the yellow, which he did, but also play the cable into 2 other yellows, create bit space between them, make them portable, and all that he has done. Now he has the chance to take the frame away, most especially if he makes one big pot. Of course, it will be the yellow that is leftwards of the 3, and the easier pocket in which you can have it in is the one bottom right of the screen. He will try. He can as well go for the sharp cut to the side pocket on the left. That one will not, however, create natural white for white. For the commentator's curse has gotten to hit Ishmael again. He's gone for the harder ball in terms of manipulation of the cue ball, and has gotten himself snookered at least partially. Of course, he has sight of one of the yellows in full. I wouldn't say it automatically passes into the corner pocket top left. It can, but he may have to cheat the pocket a little, in the same way playing a backspin, a little backspin. Maybe he has to avoid red, then play the yellow into the jaw, and it does perfectly well. And after a little scare of him losing the frame, he always looked like winning. Now he has the chance to finally take the frame away and reduce Ibra's lead. Try and mount a comeback. That could get him the first to 21 to claim the $4,000. Here comes the South African Zim up against the black to make it 6. And yes, he does. After 15 frames played, it is Ishmael 6 and Ibra 9.
Short tube.
Now, what IBR will be having as some kind of reason to worry is now perhaps at the position of the black. Of course, the two yellows left on the table are both portable to the same side pocket on the left. He will have to leave an angle between white and yellow as he puts the yellow that he's putting now, meaning the white and the yellow that he will play last, so that as he puts it, the cue ball can be played into the black, and he has done exactly so. And the only thing he may not have control of is the position of the black after it's contacted by the yellow. Other than that, the pattern of play so far by the Ugandan killer is perfectly okay. Plays the cue ball into the black and puts the cue ball in the same shot, a scratch that now takes him even closer to losing the frame. He has come so close to winning just moments ago. Out of the blocks comes Ishmael to take the frame away, to come within two of Ibra, to reinstill hope in himself that he will be taking victory home. With now 6 reds on the table, all of them in pretty good space, he will be expected to put them, and with some kind of ease. Playing by top spot, cue ball bouncing off the top cushion, he will have to play red to the side pocket on the right next, drawing the cue ball slightly backwards, as slight can be, just like that. And now the cue ball is perfect for him to start with one of any 3 reds on the table, all of which are clearly portable. Maybe the one portable to the corner pocket top left where there is the black. Maybe the one closest to the cue ball. That one is portable to the corner pocket bottom right. Maybe the one that is leftwards of the 3. He's spoiled for choice. As he bounces the cue ball off 2 cushions, and it's okay. He's having his work cut out here. With him potting normally, cue ball naturally moves to the top end of the table. He may want the cue ball to be played into one of the reds slightly. He avoids reds, but plays the cue ball into one of them. Eventually, he shouldn't have been playing the cue ball into a red after caution. It would have been before. And I don't think he used the right pattern. When he had the 4 reds on the table, he ought to have started with the 2 that are at the top end of the table, because they were more difficult to play because of the position of the black, and yet at the time he could have easily potted them. This time around, I think Ishmael will be guilty for a poor pattern of play. Despite him being guilty of a poor pattern, he normally is never shy of recoveries. He wants to play defense, have the cue ball bounce off the bottom cushion to play safety. Very good from Ish. And Ibra will want to respond to Ismail's safety with another safety of his own. Play slowly the cue ball off the left and the top cushion to hide it just behind the black, hopefully for him to snooker Ishmael off the left cushion, off the right cushion, top cushion, into the black, but doesn't snooker. And for Ishmael, he finally gets the opportunity to take the frame away and come within 2 of Ibra. He will want to put one of the reds to the center pocket right, the other maybe to the corner pocket close to the black, or something like that. He could as well play one of the reds diagonally to the corner pocket, bottom left, bottom right, sorry. All those are options, and it's the option he's going for. A little backspin moves the cue ball naturally leftwards where he needs it, just like that, and we'll be rolling the last red into the corner pocket top right, black to the corner pocket top left for him to record an 8th out of 16. Ishmael versus the black, of course. Can't miss from here. It is 7 for Ishmael and 9 for Ibra.
Short him. Make sure.
Now that will go down perhaps as the poorest shot of the match so far. Maybe in Ibra's intention, he may have hoped that the cue ball would have been played into the jaw after potting yellow, that the jaw of the center pocket. Then he played not to that effect, getting to pot white in the second frame in a row. Now, if he loses this one, then Ishmael will be coming within just 1 frame of what will be an equalizer. (7-9) as the South African Ishmael tries to go for an eighth to come within one of Ibra, to put more pressure on Ibra, to make the match more balanced, to make it more unpredictable as to who of the two players will become $4,000 maybe in the next 2 hours or so. That's the amount of time that I believe we are playing for, according to the players' speed. If we are to have a decider, this match could be very easily played for 4 hours. For other matches, for most of them, the playing speed on average has been just a little over 3 hours. There was even one that was played for 2 hours plus some change, about 2 hours and 40 minutes, the match between Ishmael and Dog City, the very last between the two. The umpire, Elon Kiprono, has rolled a foul. Ibra played off the cushion, and after contact between white and red, there is no other ball that reached the cushion. Ibra may want video evidence. Okay, Ibra did not ask for video evidence. The right of the player here is to ask for video evidence, and it's so beautiful that we are having both YouTube and Facebook stream. For YouTube, you can always play backwards and see for yourself, which is exactly what I'm doing. As for me, all right, I've as well played the video backwards. Mostly that we have the benefit of video replays, YouTube which plays backwards even when the video is live. To me, as well, it was a foul. Ibra played off 2 cushions and then into his ball after contact with his ball. There was no other contact between the object ball or the cue ball or any other ball and any cushion. That is what the rules say in black ball. We are playing by the rules. We are competing, we are fighting for money, we are battling, but under the rules. Ish could have a chance here of winning an eighth. Ibra probably is not having his mind now in sync with his body. You cannot commit 3 fouls in 2 frames at this level. That is a little too much. Normally, it is a sign of pressure that may not be showing in terms of body language, but in the mind, it is there and being manifested in the shots. The diehard will probably know this. Maybe it is coming under the weight of the Potters. For Ibra, I think this is the biggest sport he's playing, or his career. He has been playing a lot of money matches. He played a 3K pots against Caesar at the venue that is called Beverly Hills about 3 years ago in Kampala. Won by Caesar in race to 21 by 21 frames to 18. He's played a number of 2K money matches, but for 4,000, I think this is the biggest sport ever. He's played for 2,000 against Aiden in Kampala and lost. He's played for 2,000 against Jerry at 4 in Johannesburg and won. He's twice played for $1,200 against Jerry in Kampala, actually thrice, winning twice and losing once. But for 4K, this is the biggest spot Ibra is ever playing. And Ishmael is a more renowned gambler. That's why you see that for Ishmael, he's just playing his game. Ibra, sometimes the pressure gets the better of him. There has been a big miss by Ishmael, a big chance by Ibra to increase the lead in the match that is having the biggest spot he will be playing in his entire career. The will be tricky. Of the 3 yellows left on the table, is the one that is rightwards, close to Ishmael's red. He may have to play it next. One thing that he cannot do, he cannot risk doing, is play the will be bad ball last. That would not be very good game reading. But the way things are, yes, he will want to play the bad ball next, with the cue ball being moved all the way rightwards, and the will be bad ball is now a good ball. I have a feeling Ibra may play backspin for naturally the cue ball to be bounced off the left cushion and then move rightward such that he can put the last yellow to the center pocket on the left. Beautiful. Perfect cueing. That makes the rest of this match for the killer a formality.
Short him.
Ibrahim SEJJEMBA 10, Ishmael MTHETHWA 7. The umpteenth money bout that is being organized here in Kenya, in events that have happened now for maybe 6 weeks, all sparked off by this guy that had a series of matches with Stanford Given Gente of Malawi. The 2 bouts that were won by each player once and lost by each of them once, inspiring an influx of Ugandans, Tanzanians, South Africans, Zambian, Zimbabwean, also a Nigerian into Kenya in unofficial matches that have been the spark, that have been the light of African pool for the last 1 month plus. My expectation, by the way, is that this action could come to a close tomorrow, maybe tomorrow next or something like that. Otherwise, after all of these matches, maybe the players now know who is who. Most especially if you consider this match, the 2 have faced off against each other thrice actually. They know that each one of them is capable of taking down each other. Ishmael has won twice, Ibra once, and they are deciding now to play this one like Ishmael calls holo holo. Don't play small pot, play big pot. Instead of playing 2 more pots for 2,000, just play 1 pot for 4,000. Then the winner takes all. I just get a feeling after this, however wins will feel that they will have gotten enough from the same opponents. This is most especially Ibra, who has very quick plans of returning home to start the process of visa application for South Africa, where he will be part of the team that hopefully will make the Zaribas comp that will be happening in Johannesburg next month. He now does have 3 yellows Given the position of the cue ball, I have a feeling the yellow close to black should be played last. If you can play the one that is in between the three by backspin, drawing the cue ball slightly backwards, and then put the one that is close to the corner pocket, bottom left. He does have other plans. Other plans look equally good. That is play the yellow that is close to black now next. Move the cue ball just a little rightwards. A little rightwards will do. With the Ugandan now having to put yellow to the corner pocket bottom left, bounce the cue ball off two cushions, that is bottom and left, then try to put black to the corner pocket top left of the screen. This is the shot of the bottom cushion, off the left cushion, and aims for the black to the corner pocket at the top left of the table in what looks like him needing now to win 10 more frames to get 4,000 US dollars richer. And there comes the little magician. Ibrahim SEJJEMBA leads by 11 frames to 7. Now this is what the umpire is doing. I think they were mind games being inspired by Ibra. In the match, every time umpire was racking the frame, he was like, please rack well, please put the balls in the right space. This I can tell you, it's just players having mind games against each other. Marking the table, I had to caution him that in blackball rules, marking the table with any mark, while the umpire Elon Kiprono was lenient, in the actual rules it tantamounts to non-sporting conduct, which is a loss of frame. He comes again to be sure that the black ball is racked the right way, that is placed in the black spot. That doesn't augur well for Ishmael. Even from where he's sitting, I can see that even in a very silent way, Ibra is playing his mind games, and so far they are working out because it is him that is having a relatively healthy lead. Anyway, now he's breaking 4. The 9th time in the match. Getting to put a ball, a red it is, but of course the yellows will be a lot more palatable. This time, it is highly likely the Ugandan will be grabbing a 5-frame lead for the first time in the match, and if he does, you get a feeling he starts to make himself a big favorite for the victory. Not saying that he's winning, because Ishmael, no doubt, can come from 5 frames down, but again, it doesn't come easy if your opponent is Ibra and you're looking at someone that has seen his career grow from grass to grace. You are listening from someone that saw Ibra playing pool at the age of 12. And now he's in the mid-20s when he has become now a continental star. As he closes the table, playing the cue ball into another yellow, as he has the whole of 6 yellows to himself and all of the space between them, and just the little choice of manipulating the cue ball well, mapping out a pattern to gain a 5-frame lead for the Ugandan killer. You are watching an organized money match. Ishmael MTHETHWA trailing by 7 frames to 11 against Ibrahim SEJJEMBA. The two are facing off for the 4th time, with Ishmael having the lion's share of victories and monies for the 2 matches that they faced off against each other. That's why they decided that this time round to play holo, play a 4K pot instead of the 3 2K pots that they've played prior. And special thanks to the management teams of both of the players. As for Ibra, it is Roxbury, his managers, in conjunction with Jamlock. For Ishmael, it is Mchana. Of course, he's a member of the Mchana family. A lot of representation in this match. Ibra of Uganda, now playing in Kenya. Ishmael, born in Zimbabwe, raised in South Africa, now a South African playing in Kenya as well, which is his new residence. This is where he lives and works. He once told me he just goes back home briefly to say hi to his family and then comes back for work and of course for pool. And he's so loved here in Kenya, most especially the Mchana family, and he loves them back every time he gets to win a match. How he shouts out the Mchana slogans, you think he's the one that invented them. What is happening, however, to Ishmael is a realistic prospect that he is conceding a 5-frame lead now, with Ibra having to put the last 2 yellows on the table, 1 to the side pocket right to move the cue ball all the way upwards. He has to avoid extreme leftward movement of the cue ball because naturally he has a cut between white and the yellow he's about to play. If he just rolls, naturally the cue ball moves leftwards, and yet to put the last yellow to the corner pocket top right, he needs the cue ball rightwards. That he's playing. That's why he's playing with some kind of spin on the cue ball, not to move it so leftwards. And in trying to play too much spin, he has missed a ball. Another mistake, another chance for Ishmael. And just in case this, I have to say, Ishmael is to win the match in some kind of way. Maybe these are the moments that Ibra will look back with regret rather than pride. The South African came to scratching as well. The 2 reds touching each other. And the top one of them is portable into the center pocket on the left. He will have to play just normally. All he needs is to have it on target. If he is not sure of the pot, safety will do. What he needs is make a ball, and then white will take care of itself in a normal roll, which is what he does. You can see how white takes care of itself. Of the 3, actually, in his current position, he can put any of the 4 reds on the table. Going for clearance, going for 12, going for an 8th, and going for pulling 1 back is Ishmael. For whatever reason, he's taking too much time. A backspin naturally moves the cue ball leftwards off the left cushion to bring it back to the right direction with proper power balance by the South African, who should be taking this frame and they should be taking it down now. Yes, I applied some right English on the cue ball there. It was actually left English. After the cue ball bouncing off the cushion, it moved a little topwards. He just places the cue ball somewhere where he can start with either of the balls he's having on the table. This one with a little backspin to bounce the cue ball off the cushion, which he does. The remaining red is portable to the side pocket left, of course. Top spin moves the cue ball into the bottom cushion and then move all the way towards bottom cushion and topwards, and the rest is a formality. Ishmael 8 and Ibra 11.
Now you have your own song.
8 frames to 11. And you are now watching frame number 20. When it is done, we could say that the match is officially at its halfway point. And then another half of 20 frames. If they are not done by that half, the score will be 20 frames apiece. Thereby, we have a decider. This time around, it looks like Ish is recording Apple. He has the confidence of knowing that even a backspin, though sometimes it is risky in that kind of situation, he plays exactly that. He will want to put black to the side pocket left after contemplating a pattern that has put in 7 yellows. The easiest of the object balls is now the black, and the achievement is a frame 1 after 20 frames. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now Ishmael MTHETHWA 9 and Ibrahim SEJJEMBA 11. Here comes the break by the Ugandan. He has gotten to pot a yellow. For the frames, Ibra has been winning. Most of them, they have been very well executed patterns. It's even a little bit worrying from his perspective is that 2 frames have been almost granted to Ishmael as gifts, with Ibra scratching or missing when he's on the verge of winning, and they have been very easy scratches, very easy wins that he gave away. It could have been a worse story by now for Ishmael. When Ibra came so close to taking a 5-frame lead, he just gave the frame away. And Ishmael won another by break and finish, and see how the difference between victory and defeat can mean to be so small. Now, when either of Abdallah Hussein or Caesar steps into the arena, I will be updating you. I just have a feeling they are watching online. And should Dola win that match, it will be for him maybe the biggest of the tour, because he has won thrice against Ishmael. Of course, those are quite significant. He has also won once against Ginte, but considering the record of Caesar in many matches, that is the big one for Dola. It will be a little tricky, this one, trying to finish it with this piece of the table, considering the 2 yellows at the top left that have a red in between, but also the yellow that is in between black and red at the opposite end of the table, which is the right. Could play the cue ball into it. Maybe that was his intention, but Ibrahim just a little shy. Played the cue ball into some reds that hampered its movement into the yellow. Otherwise, the shot would have been a very clean one. And I don't think he will be imagining that he could be winning the frame in his current views of the table, unless he has some magic here. If he were to go with attack, but it's just too risky. He wants to play the yellow and black in space. I get a feeling that is the yellow that is in between black and red. He will be in the know that he has yet another bad yellow, the one that is behind red near the corresponding corner pocket top left. He just plays both yellow and black in space. And Ishmael must play with the intent. Every time he doesn't put a ball now, he must make sure he leaves the cue ball somewhere where Ibra will not finding any ease with which to put either of his yellows. For Ishmael, maybe the intention was to have the two reds to be played in front of the black, which is the pocket, and they are close to the pocket that is close to the black, but also to deny Ibra easy chance to play and put. Now there will be yellow, which is bad, is the one he's playing off the cushion to have it in space. The risk is that the yellow that is packed at the corner pocket top left has some space between it and the jaw for Ishmael to try and pass his red. Maybe off the yellow, but it will not come as easy as it may seem. In a frame that is being played mostly now in the mind, Ishmael will want to play red behind the yellow, and he does. And the frame is now defended to maximum by Ishmael, to the effect that for Ibra to finish it now, he needs combination shot at some point in the frame. Try to put two yellows at the same time, or both yellow and red, or something like that. It is nowhere to hide. He has to pot, and pot he does. The only ball that he was having in sight. And the two choices of shots he has, if you look at the yellow that is in between the three left on the table, he could play it close to the one that has been enclosed by Ishmael's red and make a shot possible by connection to play yellow into another. He could pot as well. That is, play the yellow that is in between with power, play it into red, pot the yellow, and move the yellow that he is playing away from that pocket. It's the shot he's probably trying to play, and if he does that, it's a statement that he's going for attack. He plays like that. How good with the yellow rest? Not favorable whatsoever. Of course, that kind of shot always depends on luck. The pot is always easy, but the resting position of the cue ball in relation to the other balls, the object balls of the player on table, are not in his control. As for Ibra, he's not been lucky this time round. Maybe Ishmael is outthinking him. After him, Ishmael having played the one safety, and that put him on the verge of perhaps winning the frame. It is now Ishmael having the frame in control. It is him now that is favorite to put his scores in double figures. For the first time, it is him that is more likely to make it 10, other than Ibra making it 12. It will be a moment of what you call touch. He has snookered Ibra entirely. From my camera angle, I don't know. Maybe he has full sight of the yellow, maybe half the sight. By the way he's shooting, perhaps he has full sight. He may want to play some kind of combination shot here. Of course, potting Ishmael's red. He hoped to pot the yellow as well, which has not come to pass. And just that little shot that was played by Ishmael momentarily ago, maybe 2 minutes ago, when he played his red right behind Ibra's yellow to render a packed ball dead, you get a feeling it is at that point that Ishmael may have won that frame, if I'm saying with the assumption that he will win the current frame anyways. Here comes Ish. Cue ball played with red played into yellow, and red is potted. The frame is pretty finishable. 5 of them reds on the table, all of them palatable. Now, therefore, this one is for the South African to win a 10th in what is a big pending comeback that has all of the elements of his zeal, his enthusiasm for the win, his hunger, his die-hard attitude, all coming to the foil, together with his fighting spirit. That is in no shade of a doubt. Of course, he's the most experienced player between the two. And the more renowned. He's set to win a 10th here. Given the position of white in relation to red and black, he may want to put both red and black to the same side pocket, right, with the backspin. Just like that. Black to the side pocket right. Cue ball will be safe. Ishmael 10 and Ibra 11. I can confirm that SEJJEMBA is at the venue, pending the arrival of Abdallah Hussein. Those two players could be taking each other on maybe in the next 1.5 hours. That will be the second time they will be facing off in a second country in the same region. (11:10) as we are now into the second half of action. A match that is likely to go all the way, just as it was when Jerry faced off Caesar yesterday night. If the South African wins this ongoing frame, we shall have had him equalizing in terms of total scores, I think, for what will be the very first time since the start of action. The last time when the scores were level was before a ball was spotted, when scores were 0-0. It is now Ishmael, the highly likely player to win frame number 22, which, if it happened, will be his equalizing frame. In a sequence of 4 frames, he will have won in a row. When he was 4 frames down, when he has won the last 3, when he is on the verge of winning the 4th, most especially taking advantage of a few unforced errors from Ibra, coupled with nice clearances of Ishmael himself. Now having to put yellow to the side pocket, right, with the top spin, which is played with some kind of right English. He may want to start with the yellow close to red near the center pocket left, playing that ball with backspin, drawing the cue ball backwards, or the yellow close to another red, which is portable to the corner pocket top left. He will have to bounce the cue ball off the cushion in this case, but he's going for the initial idea. It has to be perfect backspin, as perfect can be. The black, by observation, is portable to the corner pocket top. Here is a little backspin, and that's the magic, not just the backspin, the balance of power, playing the cue ball to avoid contact with the red and his position of play in one of the better finished frames of the match so far. Ladies and gentlemen, Ishmael equalizes. After 22 frames played, it is Ishmael 11 and IBR 11.
Predicted very well with how he did
Yes. Shut your bro. Short table.
As for Ishmael to win this frame, he may either need combination play or try and pass the yellow in between red and the jaw, which he does. And the roll of the black right against the rail to the corner pocket at the top left, utilizing one miss by Ibra. In the same frame, could see the South African take the lead for what is the very first time in the match. In the second half, it is now Ish 12 and Ibra 11. It is 12 frames to 11. 23 frames have been played with a maximum of 17 frames to go. It is 18 frames if you are to include this ongoing one. Watching live streaming of Ibrahim SEJJEMBA versus Ishmael MTHETHWA. Break and finish live. Facebook, Peter Chobe live. YouTube, Mchana Pool Club. YouTube racing to 21 for 4,000 US dollars. That is how much they've allowed me to be an owner of that money for about 4 hours, and then submit it to the victor in the next maybe 1 hour and 15 minutes or so. A few minutes after 8, I believe this match shall be done to completion. My prediction earlier was that 4 hours to have this match done and dusted. Members of Dula's team, that is Team Snipers, are starting to arrive in preparation for the showdown against Caesar. I've not seen Dula himself. Ishmael knows the kind of difficulty he has. For either of the reds he has to try and play, it has to be maximum cut for him to pot. Now he's going for a maximum cut of one red, almost missing. He cuts it well, but not well enough. He gives a chance to his opponents to have a turn on the table. Now it's the time that Ibra has to show us all the experience, all of the character, all of the quality, the calmness, the composure, the demeanor that saw him win his first ever competition here, the Grand Mchana in 2023. When you take a big lead in a match this big, when you lead by 4 frames to nil, and then you lose 5 straight frames and you conceal the lead, it normally is pretty much against you in the mind, most especially if it is someone that has beaten you twice already in the storm, most especially when it is the biggest sport that you are playing in your career. He has played so many matches, Ibra, but never a 4K pot. A few of Kenya's players are watching the match at the venue, a few Tanzanians as well. Steven Jackson is watching, Joseph Magisha watching, John Chalo watching, the player called British watching. The Snipers manager Omari watching. He's been one of the revelations of the tournament. He's been supportive, very supportive of his players. Even when the odds have been against them, he's been staking. Of course, they've been winning a fair share. They've as well been losing some. Losing all matches they've played against Ishmael and Ibra. They've beaten Kasozi once and lost twice against him. They've also lost once against Dog City. And should Ishmael win this match, especially given the fight and the pot they're playing for, expect a very, very loud chant. Thank you very much, Benson. You've corrected me and rightly so. It is the second time that Ibra is playing a 4K pot. The match that Ibra won against Kelvin a few days ago was a 4K pot. So 4,000 is the amount of time that Kelvin lost against Ibra. I had already forgotten. At the first time of thought, my memory was as if it was a 2K pot. I want to beg your pardon, it was a 4K pot. So he's playing a 4K pot for the second time in his career. The 4K pot could be having Ishmael taking the lead. He's playing more confidently. His queuing skills are devoid of errors now. He has a relatively tough red to try and play. Realistically, he'll have to cut it into the corner pocket top right of the screen. A sharp cut it has to be, and the cue ball moves all the way bottomwards. It could be played into the yellows or the black. In that case, he has no much control over the position of the cue ball after the shot is taken. He plays off the yellow and puts in one of the better shots of the match by the South African team, who will be having the small work of putting black to the side pocket right to record a 2-frame lead for what will be for him the very first time in the match. And he puts Ishmael MTHETHWA 13 and Ibrahim SEJJEMBA 11. The South African seems to be asking timeout for himself the very first time in the match. Once again, dear viewers, 24 frames played now. 6 of them have been won by Ishmael, and all of them in a row. He leads by 13 frames to 11. Timeout, Ishmael. There is an attempt by Ibra to try his maximum best, find the black. Of course, finding it will be pretty certain. Potting it, he's going for a big mass. He fouls already, even before aiming for the red. It was always going to be very difficult. The confidence has been drained out of him by Ishmael, who could steal the frame away, who could take a 3-frame lead, who could come even closer to what would now look like a pending-ish victory. The role of the black would have gone in on a better day. The angle, he failed by attempting. Massachusetts was findable off 2 of the bottom cushions. The chance is now for Ishmael. He will be having a little problem, most especially the red that is near the corner pocket, top right where there is the black. Maybe for him to win the frame, he must play combination at some point. And that point could be the very last point of the match. First of all, he has to sink 2 reds in, putting 1 top spin off the top cushion to move the red in what I am thinking is insufficient distance of between white and red. It has to be a very sharp cut. The white to bounce off the left cushion and then to the right cushion and then move back all the way leftwards, such that he can have good white to play combination shot, and he plays exactly so. He will need to produce a good one here. Combine red into black, put both to win the frame, or fail to lose the frame. Here comes Ishmael and wins. That was something of a South African clearance. Ladies and gentlemen, Ishmael grabs a 3-frame lead for the first time in the match. 14 11, the South African leads. But when is the last time IBR won a frame? Maybe about 7 frames ago. 14, 11-ish up, racing to 21. The guy is not just finishing well, Ishmael is breaking well as well. And the break of this ongoing frame is testament of that. Clearly finishable. He's going for the yellows. A little suspect decision here. Especially if you look at the red that is close white, if it can pass into the corner pocket top left, then the frame will be a lot easier than it would have been if he were to go for the yellows. Nonetheless, Ish is going for the yellows. Maybe that red can't pass. He gets to close the table. The fans don't exactly understand what they are seeing because they as well think that the reds were better finishable. To vindicate himself, oops. Oh, now I realize. Perhaps yellows are finishable as well, but he could have himself to blame if he doesn't. But 2 big shots will do. The only potable yellow on the table is the one that is rightwards of the 3. He will want to put it to the corner pocket top right with top spin, applying. Oh, he's going for. Yes, he plays with a little bit of right English on the keyboard, bouncing it off the cushion. And he can put clearly the 2 years olds remaining on the table to the respective corner pockets, top left and top right. Going for clearance. Going for apple. Going for 4 frame lead. Going for $4,000 is Ishmael. He needs the keyboard to bounce off the cushion a little. The pot was always going to be easy. He has choice to try and put black either to the center pocket left or corner pocket bottom left. He's perhaps going for the corner pocket with power. They are going to put on target. A 4 frame lead is in order. Ishmael MTHETHWA 15, Ibrahim SEJJEMBA 11. 15-11, dear viewers. A match in which Ibra led at one time by, I think, 11 frames to 7 or something. He led by 11-7. Since then, Ibra has lost 8 frames in a row. I don't think I even remember him losing 8 frames in a row. In a money match, there have been somewhere he has been outplayed. There are somewhere he has lost with. Scoreline's a little bit big, most especially when Ishmael beat him by 21 frames to 11 3 weeks ago. There was as well a time when Aiden came from 16 frames to 11 down in Kampala, then beat him by 21-16. Those were 10 straight frames. Maybe that is the biggest amount of consecutive frames he has lost in a match this big. He's normally a very competitive player, but somehow, ever since winning an 11th frame when he had a 4-frame lead, he just froze. It has been one player playing and winning, another player almost just looking on. There is another frame that has Ishmael in some kind of advantage, of course. Make no shade of a doubt, the lead that Ishmael has, the 4-frame lead, is not insurmountable. Ibra more than has what it takes to come back, but he must have his A game on.
Make sure.
15-11, dear viewers. Ibra on 11, Ishmael on 15, with the South African for the last 1 hour running away with everything, putting everything, utilizing each chance given, breaking and finishing at least twice, and punishing every unforced error by his opponent. And after Ibra playing red and putting relatively not intentionally, maybe he's limited to playing the red that is close to black. Disadvantageous it will be for him that he almost forcibly plays the black open. And of the 2 sets of balls on the table, that is yellows and reds, it is yellows that are easier finishable with one visit. Maybe he would be playing his opponent's black open. And that is the situation at hand. On another day, a more thoughtful Ibra would have played at least off the bottom cushion, to play into the red that is close to the yellow, and then have the shot legal, but not to play black in that kind of space, given the position of his opponent's yellows. However, the resulting shot has not been utilized well whatsoever by Ishmael. He seems to have ended up missing. And the chance comes for Ibra to try and win a frame, but he's supposed to be playing. The other option is the one to play the one he's looking at. Bounce the cue ball with the right spin off the cushion on the left of the cushion and in perfect position. There is no reason as to why he cannot finish this ongoing frame and finish it now. It is professional gambling in play. Ibra came close to scratching another shot that I don't think has been played well enough. A little bit of sign of things that have been happening for him, most especially for the last 1 hour of play. Umpire Elon Kiprono will have observation to see if Ibra has sight of any of the yellows or not. Sorry, the reds. And he seems from this camera angle to have gotten himself snookered almost entirely. But it is him to notify the umpire that I am snookered. Let me find my way. "15 frames to 11. 15 frames to go. That is as a maximum of the 15. Ishmael needs 6. Ibra needs 10 to snatch the victory. Off the cushion comes Ibra, finding either of the reds will do, potting even better. He plays the cue ball into the yellow. He fouls. He gives another chance for Ishmael to win yet another frame. Calm, just 5 within the victory. He's nominating to have the cue ball in hand. He will want to play yellow into red, and he will opt for the yellow that is bottomwards of them 5 that he's having on the table. He does play yellow into red, successfully putting the red with all the power he is, though he didn't leave yellow packed. Its position will be okay. Going for yet another clearance, he could play to pot. He could as well opt to play not to pot and snooker his opponent instead. And just in case you may not have known, now Abdallah Hussein arrives at the venue with one thing in his mind: play a race against Caesar and inflict more damage on the Scorpion after defeat against Jerry yesterday. He may want to play not to pot. I think so. He goes for the pot. He pots, plays the cue ball backwards with the right spin. Actually, the shot he played had an eventuality that in case I miss, at least I will have snookered my opponent. But he didn't miss. He did pot. He potted again. He's on the verge of winning the frame. To rehave his tour in profit for himself, for South Africa, for Zimbabwe, for Mchana, for the victory for $4,000. Just one yellow. Pot table to the side pocket right for the cue ball to remain in pretty much the same exact position where the yellow is, and black to the corner pocket top right for Ishmael to grow his lead now to 5 frames as he puts black for the 16th time in the match. It is Ishmael 16 and Ibra 11. And another 2 minutes timeout for Ishmael.
Put in one. Umpire.
For the last 1 hour, everything that Ibra has been trying out has just not been working out. It is one of those days. At one time, most especially after maybe the last 1 hour and a half or so, the first of the match, he seemed like a big favorite for the victory, most especially when he took a 4-frame lead when he led by 11 frames to 7. The story is that since then he has lost 9 frames all in a row, and after that scratch, this one could be the 10th. With Ishmael growing very confident in the match, and the confidence is growing as the match is growing. He has different options, he has a variety of balls to try and play, all of them finishable, all of them potable, the red frame palatable. He's deciding that maybe the red that is occupying corner pocket top right partially is the ball he will play last before the black. I at one time thought that was not necessary, but I'm not the player. With all 3 reds on the table having to be potted to the respective right pockets, bottom, side and top. On the right, and the one is looking at to pot it, but with a very little backspin, a very little one. And as he plays the last red on the table, the cue ball with little power is played around the black to be potted to the same corner pocket. And after Ibra scratching when he was going for the clearance, Ishmael comes up and steals the frame away and now grabs a 6-frame lead, needing to win 4 to make himself $4,000 richer. Ibrahim SEJJEMBA 11, Ishmael MTHETHWA 17. As he breaks frame number 29, he gets to make 1 ball. Of course, he will be going for the reds. Of course, he will try to win by apple. Of course, he'll be trying to win a first frame for the first time in 11. And shouldn't he win this, it is my opinion that he will realistically have no business trying to win the match, because it has been presented to him by himself on a silver platter with a very good break, a very good split of the balls, with one color of the balls distinctly against another. The reds, all of them in space, no red close to any yellow. The black is in space as well. The frame is finishable by Apple. Of course, he's likely to want to play connection. Maybe not. He will want to play and pot with the best ease. He knows that the two reds at the top corner of the table, top end of the table, they will be more difficult of the 5 he's having to try and pot. As he plays and pots and plays the cue ball into yet another red. The red he played the cue ball into has just been packed just around the middle of the table. The little problem is that now the black is frozen against one of Ishmael's yellows. Maybe even in its current position, it is potable. But in a direct shot, I think to the corner pocket top right as well as bottom left. So he may not even have to play the black open, and if he's not to, maybe the red that is near the center pocket left of the 3 reds should be potted last, and then black to the corner pocket top right. If that is done, then we shall have seen a frame won by Ibra for the very first time in 11. Ishmael will not bother. He will wait for his chances. He knows his chances will come. He knows he's the overwhelming favorite for the victory. Here comes Ibra again. The idea is to put red. Of course, he will to the side pocket right. May play the cue ball into the yellow by backspin. He plays a little backspin. He knows the side he has of the black is just sufficient for the black to be played diagonally into the corner pocket top right of the screen. It looks in by break and finish. Ibra wins the frame and makes it 11 against Ishmael. Sorry, he makes it 12. I'm sorry. Against Ishmael 17. After 29 frames played, Ishmael leads by 17 to 12. His intention, Ishmael, is to respond to Ibra's apple with Ishmael's apple. For Ishmael, trying to do it, potting reds as did Ibra, but for Ishmael's frame, it is a little too tricky. He needs a strong pattern as he pots and plays the cue ball into a dead red that was frozen against black. He has made it a little difficult here. 2 reds at the top end of the table. 1, the only one that is portable. And it can only be done so with a very, very big shot. How can he pot? Of course, to the diagonal corner pocket, bottom right, and then manipulate the cue ball perhaps leftwards. It has to be left spin. He's not on target. He may get it in with luck here. Maybe he's lucky at the end of the day because of the position of the cue ball. He would have gotten himself snookered either way had he potted. Maybe he will be comfortable with the result of the shot he took. Anyway, his red is packed. Cue ball so close to one of Ibra's yellows and almost close to impossible for Ibra to pot either of the yellows. Maybe the one that is closest to the bottom of the screen, portable to the corner pocket, bottom right. It's in. He's not given up the fight. He gave up the lead. He believes he still can fight for the $4,000. The expectation of action tomorrow, I can say pending confirmation of submission of stake, should be Kelvin versus Caesar. There could be more action tonight besides Dola versus Caesar. I'm seeing every time that Saif Hamad comes to the venue dressed like a player, his intention is just to play. The other thing I'm seeing is Joseph Kasozi is coming dressed like a player and with his playing cue. And after this frame, I'll be trying to talk to both of these players. Maybe they've planned something for us as a dessert, as an extra. Remember 2 days ago, Joseph Kasozi won against Saif by 21 frames to 19. It was a match of so many uppers. What can Ibra do here? Of course, one ball is portable with ease, the yellow that is in between 2 reds at the top left end of the table. But then the 2 other yellows that are touching each other. Maybe he'll have to play with top spin with the right motion to bounce the cue ball off the right cushion and then move all the way bottomwards to have the white, after taking the shot, just behind the 2 yellows touching each other. Realistically, one of them could go into the corner pocket, top right. Maybe he wants to play the cue ball into them. That is even better. A little reminder to Ishmael that while Ibra is down, he's not yet out. He's demonstrating that he still has the fight in him, and I'm loving that about the Ugandan. Especially given how much he has been outplayed by Ishmael in the last maybe 1 hour or so. He too is demonstrating that what Ishmael can do, he can do as well. He will want to put the last yellow on the table to the corner pocket top left, then black to the corner pocket top right to record what will be his 13th out of 30. Reduce Ishmael's lead from 5 to 4 with just these 2 shots, which are quite easy but quite significant. And yet Ibra misses. Another big miss. He could give away another big chance. Ishmael will want to play snooker, play red behind yellow, not to put the yellow, and he does. The idea for him is to make the angle difficult for Ibra. Of course, Ibra will be coming off the bottom cushion, but if he's not precise enough, he could play the yellow, of course, to pot it, but the cue ball could very easily come off the red. Umpire Elon Kiprono does clean the table for one last time for Ibra to play one big shot, and potting the yellow is not sufficient. The cue ball must come out into space. There he is, seems to be on target. He pots yellow and gets himself snookered. He wants to play black off the cushion. On another day, he could be judged to have played deliberate foul. The umpire rules a standard foul. A free shot for Ishmael. A chance for the South African to win another, and then to need to win just 3 out of the remaining frames to make himself $4,000 richer. He could put the second red in the same shot. He could play the cue ball touching the red. He's a little bit unfortunate here. Of course, you'll not be potting. Even playing safety is not safe enough. It seems the cue ball is touching the red. He will want to play off caution. Has to be very careful. The cue ball could go in here. And wherever he leaves the cue ball, though it will be thin, he will leave a chance to Ibra to play the black, and there is a chance he could pot it. This is very risky. He just has to. If the white is touching red, it is the umpire to announce it upon agreement from both players. It seems it's not. That's why Ishmael is playing into the red direct and plays the cue ball at the right end of the table. Rightly so, because black is pretty much at the same position. He's made it a little difficult for Ibra to win. Ibra may need a very sharp cut of the red to put it to the corner pocket top. Maybe play it off the top cushion into the corner pocket bottom right, where he's having his body. Those are the two options. Either sharp cut or the bank. Goes for the cut and puts the cue ball and pretty much loses the frame. He came so close, Ibra, to winning the frame. He's even closer to losing the very same frame. The position between white and black, even Francis Mkwekwe can pot. Ishmael 18 and Ibra 12.
Long time. I'm Ben, my bullet. I'm Ben. When the jingle jadi berapa juta? Gitu nanti kamu jalan. Segera. Kakak Joseph. A very good player. I think I played it. I'm Joe Okay, give it to him. You level when we maintain and then you know. Get clean up. Oh, we do it and play. That is good. Okay, that is good.
It is 18 frames to 13, dear viewers, with Ishmael leading. But importantly for Ibra, it is Ibra who won the last frame. The break by Ishmael again is dry, is void. I want to beg your pardon. Umpire Elon Kiprono will rock the frame again. Here comes Ish with the break, hits the yellow, pots a ball, a red it is, leaving the table open. Another ball potted, another red it is. 2 red spotted on the break, 5 of them, they are on the table. Of course, he'll be going for the reds for the choice of the ball to close the table. Maybe the red close to white because it is played naturally into the black. If he puts it to the side pocket on the left, to have another red played into the corner pocket at the top left. That is if he plays the ball well manipulated and plays it with relative power enough. He plays exactly so. Splits up the frame even more, creates an opening to take another frame down, which if he does, will need to win just 2 out of the remaining maybe 9 or so to confirm himself victor. He has already played thrice against Ibra. It is Ish. It is Ish from the 3 times they've played against each other with the more wins, 2 of them they are. And for both matches he won with relatively bigger scores in relation to the one that Ibra won with a relatively smaller score at 2 venues in 2 counties, Nairobi and Machakos. By the way, they played off against each other once when Ish made a tour of Uganda in 2015. By then, a very young Ibra was only a curtain raiser for the match between Ish and Hazard that was played an hour later. Their curtain raising match was won by Ishmael for little money and the smaller pot. The bigger pot then for the diehard was against Hazard. He will want a cue ball to be played to the top end of the table where there is the black now, which if he does will almost be certainty of him winning a 19th frame and winning it by break and finish. Backspin off the cushion. No. Played so close to the black. It could be a little problem. Yes, it is. The best shot to play is backspin because when you draw back with the right spin, then the cue ball naturally moves almost parallel to the rail, to the top left end of the table. Now he finds himself having to play safety here. And given how many yellows Ibra has on table, 7 of them they are, you fancy that he will find one of them. If he does find one of them, even if he doesn't pot, as long as he's able to play snooker, maybe Ishmael will not be winning the frame. He came so close to winning it, Ishmael, but a poor choice of shot which has as well played wrong. He's been able to play snooker on Ibra. What Ibra needs is not only find one of his yellows, but also snooker after the shot, which is possible. But first he has to find the angle, maybe with a little bit of power of the cushion in between the 2 yellows. Perfect for Ishmael. The angle is there for the taking. You fancy he will find the black. I don't know though if he can put it, of course, off the left cushion into the black. Of course, he was never going to put. He plays the black dead. This is advantage Ibra.
Which way? Make sure it. Make sure. Sure, Tim. Okay, sure. Sure, Tim. Sure, Tim.
And there has just been some nice combination shooting here by Ibra, a match that has seen him play with a lot of his usual calm demeanor. He's created himself a deserved chance to try and take the frame away, but has to play a very big shot here. If you look at the position of the red that is at the top end of the table, it may have to call for Ibra to have the cue ball positioned in between black and the yellow close to black, somewhere there. Better still, if it can pass into the corner pocket top right, he may need the cue ball at the top left end of the table. Maybe it's what he's playing. He wants it in a position in that kind of regard and has played it just well enough. Perhaps the red can pot. Maybe the cue ball lacked a little bit of movement, such that when he puts to the corner pocket at the top right, cue ball may not be natural for black, which he needs to put maybe easier said than done to the side pocket on the right, but that is after some difficult manipulation of the cue ball. Here's the shot of two cushions of another. He has some sight of the black. Does he? Yes, he does have it. That is, in my opinion, for Ibra, the best shot he has played in this match, at least so far. The little sight of the black now he has is just enough if he were on target to put it to the corner pocket at the top left to record what will be a 15th out of 33. Black is sunk. Ibra wins. Ibra 15, Ishmael 18, race to 21, with Ishmael needing to win 4, with Ibra needing to win 6 out of the remaining 9.
Nimejisikia kumshangilia Ibra. Sipata mteja sasa.
Yeah.
Now what Ishmael needs here is to try and prevent Ibra from winning a number of consecutive frames, because at least for the last 15 minutes or so of the match, momentum has somehow been Ibra's way, especially the way he won 2 of the last frames. The fight was so big and he won them so deservedly. He has some kind of chance. The lead is just 3. That one is insurmountable when especially Ishmael needs to win the whole of 3 for the victory. When your opponent plays as good as Ibra has for the last 15 minutes, it is a sign to worry. As for Ishmael, the chance to extend his lead now comes a little too big by now having to put 3 yellows and then the black with all 4 balls now in space for him to extend his lead to 4 by break. On the finish, he will have to put yellow to the corner pocket top left with a little backspin, the cue ball to move just a little backwards, just like that. Maybe another shot to be played with the same skill, this time round with way more power. Spin the cue ball backwards, but with a little more power, maybe backwards into the left cushion, just like that, leaving the easiest way to put black to the diagonal corner pocket bottom left of the screen ish to make it 19, to need to win 2 to come close to the 4,000 US dollars, and it's done. Ishmael 19 and Ibra 15. Another chance for Ish to win another frame. This time round, if he does, he would need to win one out of the remaining 6, but first he has to win this one. And how good he was since the time he won the 8th frame, because he won 10 frames in a row. That's the reason why Ibra has been struggling to try and cope with Ishmael's lead. Like I normally say, big matches like this between big players like these are normally won when someone takes a series of frames where they win consecutive frame after frame after frame after frame. If Ishmael is to win this match like he pendingly is on the verge, you will attribute that to the 10 frames in a row that one where he was so clinical. The clinicism that also came with a lot of errors from Ibra. The South African is likely to be the second player from the same country to beat the second player from the same country, with 2 South Africans beating 2 Ugandans on the same table in the space of 24 hours. After yesterday's Jerry beating Caesar, maybe today Ishmael will beat Ibra, as Ishmael takes himself on the verge of making it 20, with him aiming for the black to put it to the side pocket on the left to make it 20. Here he aims and shoots and puts and wins. 35 frames played. Ishmael leads by 20 frames to 15. Now this is the math. A maximum of 6 frames left to go. Ibra must win them all or else succumb to the loss of $2,000 US. Ishmael 20, Ibra 15. Any frame that one is won by Ishmael becomes the very last of the match. He has gotten such a big break. The position of the keyboard will not be so favorable for him. He will want one chance to win one frame to win him the match. The table is open. He's likely to play safe, and safe plays Ish, leaving the keyboard pretty much frozen against the top cushion, almost frozen. What Ibra needs to do is win 6 frames in a row. Of course, it will be quite unlikely, nonetheless possible. He gets to play red into yellow, putting neither, leaving the table open and having a not so good split of the balls. Of course, Ibra intends to lengthen this frame as much as he can, and Ishmael wanting the frame to be as open as it can, with Ishmael responding to safety of Ibra with a safety by Ishmael himself. Remember the table. For as long as neither of these players puts either 1 or 2 or 3 balls of the same color, it does remain open. Playing yellow to pot red, playing red to pot yellow closes the table, playing the color of balls they would have potted. But playing either color and potting 2 colors leaves the table open with the same player playing. And IBR plays red off yellow and closes the table. Every time he gets a chance like this, he really must make sure that he wins the frame, needing to win 6 frames in a row against Ishmael. That sounds almost insurmountable. The problem here is most likely the red that is so close to the yellow near the center pocket right. Others are relatively okay. As IBR plays, he'll be having that red in mind. Its proximity to Ishmael's yellow is a point of worry. As Ibra tries out a clearance, he knows he has a problem ball. The yellow that is close to the side pocket right. Now he's playing maybe a bank. Of course, every time he cues, every time he aims, every time he tries to pot, he will be having it in his mind that should he miss, he's probably missing the frame. Missing the frame misses him the match. Missing the match loses him $4,000.
Short.
He's perhaps making the decision that the yellow near black, near the center pocket right of all will be played last. In doing so, he's having perfect white to put another yellow remaining on the table to the corner pocket top left. He has to play it with top spin for the cue ball to follow that yellow all the way towards. And all the way is all the way. Here, the shot is taking all the time in the world. It is very understandable, in my opinion, especially when you know that the shot you're just about to play, if you don't get it right, you lose one of the biggest matches of your life. Now it is Ibra versus the yellow to put to the side pocket left, then somehow play the cue ball into the black. He misses. He did play the cue ball into the black. Everything in the pattern was right apart from putting the last yellow, and leaves the chance hanging for Ishmael to try and seal the frame away and then try and win the money. Here comes Ishmael. I don't even know whether he will be attempting to win the frame with one visit of the table. Maybe the hunger of the victory. Now the cue ball is playing is a statement of intent that he wants to play defense. Hide the cue ball behind the red. Is playing a little tap with the cue ball reaching the cushion and will be safe enough. And he is. Ibra snookered. The next shot Ibra is to play. Should he foul? Shouldn't he play the cue ball into the yellow? Should he miss the yellow? There is a big likelihood it will be his last shot in the battle. Maybe his last shot in the entire tour of Kenya. Here comes with a little left spin on the cue ball off the left cushion. He misses the yellow, puts the cue ball, and pretty much on the verge of waving goodbye to the match, the pot, the money, the victory. With the cue ball in hand is Ishmael. For a free shot, he's choosing to play one red into another. To have the red, he's on the verge of playing slide off the red close to the side pocket left. If he has both of them in space, there will be every reason to believe that his next visit on the table will be a visit that will be putting him all the reds on the table, 5 of them, and then the black, and then for the victory. Here comes the free shot to leave both reds. He's looking at the corner pocket top right, with the cue ball having to be bounced off the right cushion just a little, just like that, with the ball played on target. As the fans at the venue, having it in mind that Ishmael is a member of the Mchana club, of course they will be supporting Ishmael, but how disciplined they have been throughout the course of the match, you give them credit. He does love to entertain them when he's on the verge of taking victory. They love to see the antics of him celebrating, but they love it when he wins, because when he wins, they win as well. He's taking all the time, wanting to make sure that the shot is about to next is he plays it in the very best way he can. He's instead now choosing the red portable to the side pocket on the left. There is as well red to the corner pocket bottom right. This one he has to play it with top spin, having the cable to bounce off the bottom cushion and then the left cushion, bottom left, to move it rightwards, close to the yellow, into the yellow. It looks like a snooker. It looks like a shot that Ishmael has played for Ibra. Snooker is Ishmael. Lucky is Ibra. And Ishmael now finds himself in the same exact situation Ibra did about 2 minutes ago. That if he doesn't find the red and probably pot it as well, highly likely he will be losing the frame. Just that for him, if he loses the frame, he will have about 4 other chances to win one and probably still take the victory away. Sorry. He may want to be tempted to play mass shots. He may want to come off the cushion. He wants to play the shot that gives him the best chance possible. Maybe that is off the right cushion with left spin. He misses the red. It is a foul. Advantage Ibra. It is called the narrow escape. Umpire Elon Kiprono gives the cable to Ibra for a free shot in minutes to play. One of Ishmael's red, perhaps dead, into the cushion, leaving the cable somewhere where I can put with ease. A little backspin will do, just little. The rest is a formality. What a frame this one has been. It is now won by Ibra. Ishmael leads by 20 frames to 17. The break is Ishmael's. The pot of the balls is Ishmael's. For Ishmael, the table is open. Here he comes, aiming for one last clearance to win the big money match that shall reinstall himself into big profits so far out of the tour that he has been playing. These money matches for him that have now come in a few dozens, and playing the cue ball into the will be dead yellow of the 4 that are left on the table. He's closer and closer and closer. What he will, however, need now is to make sure that he puts the ball, and it will not come that easy. And the ball that is packed at the corner pocket top right is snookered and wants to play one yellow into another. Yellow into yellow, and it's a pot. And it's a chance for the South African to finally take the victory away, which for about the last 1.5 hours or so has seemed to be his pending victory. Anyway, potting yellow to the side pocket, left with a little back spin, another yellow portable to the corner pocket, top left, giving him now what looks like a clear victory for himself as Ishmael, for the country of his birth, Zimbabwe, for the country of his nationality, South Africa, for the country of his management and residence, Kenya, where he is now as a member of the Mchana family, wanting to win this race and make himself $4,000 richer. Could start with either of the two yellows left on the table. Whatever he's contemplating, this looks easy. One yellow so close to the red is possible into the corner pocket. Top left, a little backspin, maybe a big backspin, cable to bounce off the right cushion with power. Maybe it's what he wants to do. He could as well decide simply to roll it, simply to have sight of the yellow that is packed at the corner pocket. Either will do for Ishmael. But now he does opt to start with the yellow at the corner pocket. Top left has to be played with the cue ball bouncing off the cushion a little. He has sight of the one and only remaining yellow enough, which if he puts, he will be pretty much certain of the victory. He is aiming for the most important shot of the race to try and put yellow to the side pocket left. The yellow moves and it's sunk. He's already celebrating. He knows that that one has been a $4,000 shot. This is the moment that Ishmael is registering victory against Ibra tonight. Black is sunk. Ishmael wins. Congratulated by his opponent. And a moment of celebration with the fans. He chants the Mchana celebration like he invented it. Final score, Ishmael 21 and Ibra 17.